There is a god in the Elder Scrolls who was not always mad. A Daedric Prince who rules the Shivering Isles, domain of chaos and insanity, who presides over creativity and destruction in equal measure. Sheogorath, the mad god, the prince of madness, the skooma cat, he who laughs at order and makes mockery of reason. But madness was not his original nature. It was punishment, a curse imposed by other Daedric princes who feared what he was before the transformation. Sheogorath was once Jyggalag, Prince of Order, whose realm was perfection itself. Every detail calculated, every outcome predicted, every possibility controlled. He was certainty made manifest, logic without flaw, order absolute. The other princes could not tolerate such power, a being who could predict their actions, counter their schemes, reduce their infinite complexity to predictable patterns. Jyggalag threatened the very concept of chaos that defined the Daedric realm, so they conspired, united despite their mutual hatred, cursed him with transformation into his own opposite, made the Prince of Order into the embodiment of madness. The curse was elegant in its cruelty. Jyggalag would become Sheogorath, losing all memory of his original form. He would rule madness, celebrate chaos, destroy the very order he once represented. But the transformation was not permanent. At the end of every era, during an event called the Greymarch, Jyggalag would return briefly to his original form and destroy the Shivering Isles, the realm Sheogorath had built. Then the curse would reassert itself. Sheogorath would forget. The cycle would repeat. Eternal punishment disguised as existence. This continued for thousands of years. Millennia of madness interrupted by brief moments of terrible clarity. Until the Third Era, when a mortal entered the Shivering Isles and changed everything. The Hero of Kvatch, fresh from saving the world during the Oblivion crisis, stumbled into Sheogorath's realm and became the instrument of the curse's breaking. Through them, Jyggalag was finally freed. But freedom came with cost. Someone had to remain as Sheogorath. The role of Mad God could not simply end. The Hero of Kvatch became Sheogorath. Not through curse, but through choice. They mantled the position, took on the role so completely that reality accepted them as the new Mad God. A mortal became Daedric Prince. The god who was cursed with madness gained freedom, but madness itself gained a new master. This is the story of Sheogorath, from Jyggalag's perfection to the curse that twisted him, from the Shivering Isles and their cyclical destruction to the mortal who broke the cycle, from the god who was order to the man who became chaos. If you're new here, welcome. I explore Tamriel's deepest mysteries in long-form narratives meant for rest and reflection. If this journey brings you calm, consider subscribing for more stories like this. Thank you for being here, traveler. Before madness, there was perfect order. Jyggalag was Daedric Prince whose realm existed as mathematical certainty made manifest. Every stone placed with geometric precision, every angle calculated to exact degrees, every shadow falling where prediction determined it must fall. His domain was not merely organized but inevitable. Order so complete that chaos could not exist even as concept. The Daedric Princes are beings of immense power who rule realms in Oblivion. Each embodies specific sphere of influence. Mehrunes Dagon is destruction, Molag Bal is domination, Hermaeus Mora is forbidden knowledge. They are not gods in mortal sense, but forces of nature given consciousness and will. Immortal, powerful beyond mortal comprehension, and fundamentally alien in their thinking. Among these beings of chaos and passion, Jyggalag was anomaly. Where other princes embraced unpredictability, he enforced pattern. Where they reveled in excess, he maintained balance. His realm operated like perfect machine, every component serving purpose, every action producing predictable result. Visitors to his domain found it simultaneously beautiful and terrifying. Beautiful in its perfection, terrifying in its absolute lack of freedom. Jyggalag's power derived from predictability itself. He could observe any situation and calculate all possible outcomes. Not prophecy, which deals in vague possibilities, but actual mathematical certainty. He knew what choices would be made, because choice was illusion when all factors were known. Free will collapsed under perfect information. Every action, every decision, every seeming random event, all reduced to equations that Jyggalag solved effortlessly. This made him dangerous to other Daedric princes in ways they could not tolerate. Their schemes, elaborate plans built over centuries, became transparent to him. Their mysteries were solved before implementation. Their surprises were predicted and countered. Jyggalag did not even need to act against them directly. His mere existence as point of absolute order in realm of chaos was threat. The princes of Oblivion are not unified. They compete, scheme against each other, undermine one another's plans as matter of nature. Cooperation between them is rare to point of being unprecedented. Each sees others as rivals at best, obstacles at worst. The idea of Daedric princes working together contradicts their fundamental nature. But Jyggalag's power forced unprecedented alliance. When faced with threat to their collective existence, even beings who embodied opposition found common cause. The exact number who participated in the conspiracy is unclear. Hermaeus Mora, who knows all secrets, surely contributed. Mehrunes Dagon, who represents change through destruction, would have seen value in destroying Jyggalag's order. Sheogorath, the being Jyggalag would become, did not yet exist, suggesting the curse created the position rather than filling existing role. The curse they created was masterwork of cruelty. Simple destruction would not suffice. Jyggalag could not be killed. Daedric princes do not die in conventional sense. Banishment to some remote corner of Oblivion would not work. He would simply calculate his way back to power. The curse needed to be permanent, inescapable, and fundamentally transformative. They chose to make him his own opposite, to transform the Prince of Order into embodiment of chaos. Jyggalag would become Sheogorath, mad god whose entire existence contradicted everything he had been. The transformation would be so complete that Jyggalag would forget his original nature. Sheogorath would not be Jyggalag pretending to be mad. He would be genuinely, completely insane. The Prince of Order would be destroyed not through annihilation, but through transformation so total that nothing of the original remained. The curse was implemented with precision that Jyggalag himself might have appreciated. One moment, he was Prince of Order, master of certainty and logic. The next moment, those qualities inverted. Order became chaos, prediction became randomness, certainty became madness. The transformation was not gradual but instantaneous. Jyggalag ceased to exist. Sheogorath emerged fully formed. What Jyggalag experienced during transformation is unknowable. Did he fight the change? Did he understand what was happening as his mind fractured and reformed into something alien to his nature? Or did the transformation happen so completely that there was no moment of awareness, no final thought as Jyggalag before becoming Sheogorath? The curse left no record, only the result remained. Sheogorath had no memory of being Jyggalag. To him, he had always been mad god. His realm, the Shivering Isles, had always been domain of chaos and creativity. His personality, playful, dangerous, mercurial, felt natural rather than imposed. The curse worked so perfectly that the victim did not know he was cursed. But the Daedric princes who created the curse were not satisfied with simple transformation. They built in additional cruelty. At the end of every era, Jyggalag would return, not permanently, but briefly, long enough to remember what he had been, long enough to see what he had become, long enough to destroy everything Sheogorath had built during his reign as mad god. This event was called the Greymarch. During it, Jyggalag would manifest in the Shivering Isles and systematically dismantle the realm. His Knights of Order, crystalline beings of perfect geometric form, would purge the chaos. The creative madness would be replaced with sterile perfection. Every mad creation, every impossible architecture, every citizen of the Isles who embodied some form of insanity, all would be destroyed or transformed back to order. Jyggalag would experience these moments with full awareness of what had been done to him. He would remember the curse, remember the transformation, remember that this clarity was temporary and that he would soon become Sheogorath again. The horror of that knowledge was part of the curse's design. Let him remember what he was. Let him destroy what he had built as mad god, then let him forget again and rebuild, knowing on some level that the cycle would repeat. The Greymarch served multiple purposes. It prevented Sheogorath from accumulating too much power. Every era, his realm would be reset. It ensured Jyggalag's punishment remained active. The return to order was not escape, but reminder of what he had lost. And it maintained the balance the Daedric Princes required. Neither order nor chaos could fully triumph in the Shivering Isles. This was Jyggalag's existence for thousands of years, millennia of madness as Sheogorath, interrupted by brief periods of terrible clarity as himself, followed by forced return to madness. He was most powerful Daedric Prince, reduced to weakest. He was perfect order, transformed into perfect chaos. He was cursed not just to suffer, but to be unable to remember his suffering, except in moments specifically designed to maximize torment. The Daedric Princes who created this curse believed it permanent. Jyggalag's power was broken. His threat was neutralized. Order would never again threaten chaos in Oblivion. They had won. They were wrong. Curses, no matter how perfect, can be broken. Cycles, no matter how ancient, can end. And the instrument of the curse's breaking would be something Jyggalag himself could never have predicted in his days as Prince of Order. A mortal who stumbled into the Shivering Isles exist as realm in Oblivion, separate from Tamriel, but accessible through specific portals. The realm is divided into two regions that embody different aspects of madness. Mania represents the euphoric, creative, dangerous joy of insanity. Dementia represents the dark, paranoid, violent depression of madness. Together, they form Sheogorath's domain, reflecting the dual nature of mental illness. Mania is realm of impossible colors and aggressive beauty. The sky shifts through shades that have no names. Plants grow in patterns that defy botanical sense, flowering with luminescence that should not exist. The architecture spirals upward in defiance of physics, held together by madness rather than engineering. Citizens of Mania are artists, hedonists, creators who have embraced joy to point of losing touch with reality. They laugh too much, love too freely, and cannot recognize danger even when it threatens to destroy them. Dementia is Mania's shadow. Where Mania is bright, Dementia is perpetual twilight. Where Mania grows wild gardens, Dementia cultivates fungal forests that seem to breathe. The architecture hunches rather than soars, built from materials that look diseased. Citizens of Dementia are paranoid, suspicious, prone to violence born from fear rather than malice. They trust no one, see conspiracies in random events, and respond to perceived threats with disproportionate force. Between these regions stands New Sheoth, the capital city, divided into Bliss, Mania, and Crucible, Dementia. The city is Sheogorath's seat of power, where his palace looms over both districts. The palace itself is architectural impossibility, rooms that should not fit within its external dimensions, corridors that lead to same location regardless of which direction is traveled, doors that open to different places depending on time of day or phase of moons, or no discernible pattern at all. The citizens of the Shivering Isles are not visitors, but permanent residents. Some were mortals who entered the realm and could not leave. Others were born there, native to madness rather than driven to it. All share quality of being fundamentally broken in ways that make them unable to function in normal reality. But in the Shivering Isles, their madness is not disability, but qualification. Only the insane can truly thrive in realm ruled by mad god. Sheogorath himself presides over this chaos with manic enthusiasm. He appears as elderly gentleman in fine clothing, speaking with eloquent vocabulary that occasionally dissolves into nonsense. His mood shifts without warning, jovial one moment, threatening the next, melancholic after that. He offers rewards and punishments, seemingly at random, though pattern might exist that only mad God could perceive. His champions are granted power. His enemies are transformed into chickens or worse. The Mazkin and Oriel serve as Sheogorath's guards and soldiers. The Mazkin, also called Dark Seducers, are warriors bound to dementia's aesthetic, armor of dark metal, combat style emphasizing ambush and cruelty. The Oriel, golden saints, serve mania. Their armor is bright, their combat honorable in deranged way. Both factions are fiercely loyal to Sheogorath, though their loyalty is based on madness rather than rational choice. The Hero of Kvatch was not seeking godhood. They had closed the Oblivion gates, defeated Mehrunes Dagon, and saved the Empire during its darkest hour. The Emperor was dead. The Amulet of Kings was destroyed. Martin Septim had sacrificed himself to become Avatar of Akatosh and drive Dagon back to Oblivion. The crisis was over. The hero's role in history should have ended there. But heroes do not retire easily. Those who have fought Daedric invasions and witnessed the end of dynasties find normal life insufficient. The mundane world feels small after preventing its destruction. So when the hero heard rumors of a strange door appearing in Nibben Bay, a door to nowhere that whispered promises of new adventure, they investigated. The door stood on a small island, unremarkable except for being completely out of place. It was not ancient ruin or magical portal, but actual door, frame and all, standing unsupported in open air. The door itself was wooden, ornate, covered in carvings that seemed to shift when viewed peripherally. It radiated invitation and warning simultaneously. Approaching it felt like approaching threshold between sanity and whatever lay beyond. Opening the door revealed the Shivering Isles. Not gradually, not with transition, but immediately. One step through doorway, and the hero was no longer in Cyrodiil. The sky was wrong color. The air smelled of flowers that should not exist. And standing before them was Haskell, Sheogorath's chamberlain. Haskell was anomaly in realm of madness, a completely sane individual serving the mad god. His appearance was ordinary, his demeanor professional, his speech patterns rational. This made him more unnerving than any raving lunatic could be. Sanity in the Shivering Isles was aberration, and Haskell maintained it with apparent ease. His role was to manage Sheogorath's affairs, translate the mad god's incomprehensible orders into actionable tasks, and ensure the realm functioned despite being ruled by chaos. The Chamberlain explained the situation with troubling clarity. The Greymarch was approaching. This time, Sheogorath believed it could be stopped, though he had believed this before and been wrong. The mad god required a mortal champion, someone who could undertake tasks he could not perform himself as the transformation began affecting him. Someone expendable if the plan failed, but capable if it succeeded. The Hero of Kvatch, already responsible for saving one world, was being asked to save another. Or perhaps, not save, but transform. The exact nature of what Sheogorath wanted was unclear even to Haskell. The mad god's plans made sense only to himself, and even that was questionable given his nature. But the offer was made. Become Sheogorath's champion, help stop the Greymarch, save the Shivering Isles from destruction. What was not mentioned, what perhaps even Sheogorath did not fully understand, was that this Greymarch would be different. That the curse could be broken, that the cycle could end, but ending it would require someone to take Sheogorath's place. The role of mad god could not simply be vacant. If Jyggalag was to be freed, someone else would need to become the embodiment of madness. As the Greymarch progresses, Sheogorath's transformation accelerates. His madness drains away like water from cracked vessel. The manic energy becomes cold calculation. The random decisions become logical progressions. His appearance changes. The elderly gentleman fades, replaced by Jyggalag's true form. Tall, imposing, clad in armor of silver and obsidian, perfectly crafted, devoid of ornament or personality. The mad god dies. The Prince of Order returns. Jyggalag's return is a moment of horrible clarity. He remembers everything. The curse, the transformation, the millennia spent as his own opposite. He sees the Shivering Isles he built as Sheogorath and recognizes them as a front to everything he represents. The creative chaos, the impossible architecture, the celebration of insanity, all of it must be destroyed. And he destroys it systematically, not with rage or satisfaction, but with methodical efficiency. The Knights of Order are his instruments, but Jyggalag himself leads the purge. He walks through dementia and mania, and where he walks, order follows. The impossible colors become mundane grays. The spiral architecture collapses into geometric precision. The citizens are transformed or destroyed, their madness purged, leaving either empty order or nothing at all. The destruction is not complete annihilation, but transformation. Jyggalag does not seek to end the Shivering Isles, but to perfect them according to his standards. When the Greymarch concludes, the realm exists as monument to order. Every stone placed with mathematical precision. Every shadow falling where calculation determines it must. The realm becomes mirror of what Jyggalag's original domain was, perfect, predictable, utterly without chaos. But Jyggalag knows this victory is temporary. The curse remains active. Soon he will transform back into Sheogorath. The madness will return. The realm will rebuild itself as chaos. And Jyggalag will forget again, his brief clarity replaced by insanity, until the next Greymarch, when the cycle repeats. This was the pattern for ages beyond counting. Sheogorath's reign, lasting an era. Jyggalag's return, lasting only until the transformation reasserted itself. The curse continuing without end because the Daedric princes who created it ensured it could not be broken from within. Jyggalag, even restored to his full power during Greymarch, could not overcome the curse. The moment he tried to maintain his original form, the transformation would trigger. Order would become chaos. Jyggalag would become Sheogorath. The Shivering Isles existed as prison for a god. Not prison of walls or chains, but prison of cyclical transformation. Jyggalag was trapped not in place, but in identity. He could not escape what he had been forced to become. The curse had no key because the curse was the lock and the prisoner simultaneously. Until the Third Era, until the Oblivion crisis, until a mortal walked through a door in Nibin Bay and entered the Shivering Isles at exactly the wrong time, or perhaps exactly the right time, depending on perspective. The Hero of Kvatch had saved Tamriel from Mehrunes Dagon's invasion. Now they would save Jyggalag from eternal curse, though salvation would come with cost neither could have predicted. The Hero of Kvatch was not seeking godhood. They had closed the Oblivion gates, defeated Mehrunes Dagon, and saved the Empire during its darkest hour. The Emperor was dead. The Amulet of Kings was destroyed. Martin Septim had sacrificed himself to become Avatar of Akatosh and drive Dagon back to Oblivion. The crisis was over. The hero's role in history should have ended there. But heroes do not retire easily. Those who have fought Daedric invasions and witnessed the end of dynasties find normal life insufficient. The mundane world feels small after preventing its destruction. So when the hero heard rumors of a strange door appearing in Nibin Bay, a door to nowhere that whispered promises of new adventure, they investigated. The door stood on a small island, unremarkable except for being completely out of place. It was not ancient ruin or magical portal, but actual door, frame and all, standing unsupported in open air. The door itself was wooden, ornate, covered in carvings that seemed to shift when viewed peripherally. It radiated invitation and warning simultaneously. Approaching it felt like approaching threshold between sanity and whatever lay beyond. Opening the door revealed the Shivering Isles. Not gradually, not with transition, But immediately, one step through doorway, and the hero was no longer in Cyrodiil. The sky was wrong color. The air smelled of flowers that should not exist. And standing before them was Haskell, Sheogorath's chamberlain. Haskell was an anomaly in Realm of Madness, a completely sane individual serving the mad god. His appearance was ordinary, his demeanor professional, his speech patterns rational. This made him more unnerving than any raving lunatic could be. Sanity in the Shivering Isles was aberration, and Haskell maintained it with apparent ease. His role was to manage Sheogorath's affairs, translate the mad god's incomprehensible orders into actionable tasks, and ensure the realm functioned despite being ruled by chaos. The Chamberlain explained the situation with troubling clarity. The Greymarch was approaching. This time, Sheogorath believed it could be stopped, though he had believed this before and been wrong. The mad god required a mortal champion, someone who could undertake tasks he could not perform himself as the transformation began affecting him. Someone expendable if the plan failed, but capable if it succeeded. The Hero of Kvatch, already responsible for saving one world, was being asked to save another. Or perhaps, not save, but transform. The exact nature of what Sheogorath wanted was unclear even to Haskell. The mad god's plans made sense only to himself, and even that was questionable given his nature. But the offer was made. Become Sheogorath's champion, help stop the Greymarch, save the Shivering Isles from destruction. What was not mentioned, what perhaps even Sheogorath did not fully understand, was that this Greymarch would be different. That the curse could be broken, that the cycle could end, but ending it would require someone to take Sheogorath's place. The role of Mad God could not simply be vacant. If Jyggalag was to be freed, someone else would need to become the embodiment of madness. The hero began their journey through the Shivering Isles by choosing a duchy to serve. Mania or dementia, euphoria or paranoia, creative madness or violent insanity. The choice would determine allies and define how the hero interacted with the realm. Both options led to same destination, but through different paths, different trials, different transformations of perspective. Mania's path involved embracing the creative chaos, helping artists complete mad projects, defending citizens who loved too freely from dangers they could not recognize, understanding that joy pushed to extreme becomes its own form of destruction. The Duke of Mania, Théoden, embodied this completely, perpetually euphoric, seeing beauty in everything, unable to recognize when he was being manipulated or betrayed. Dementia's path required accepting paranoia as survival mechanism, assisting citizens whose suspicion was justified by constant treachery, learning that trust was weakness in realm where everyone had ulterior motives. The Duchess of Dementia, Syl, was perfect example, convinced everyone sought to destroy her, which was accurate because her behavior created exactly the enemies she feared. Regardless of path chosen, the hero's tasks led to same conclusion. They needed to replace one of the duchy leaders, taking their position and power. This meant either driving Théoden to paranoid madness that destroyed his euphoric nature, or exposing Syl's paranoia as justified by arranging actual conspiracy against her. Either way, a duke or duchess would fall, and the hero would take their place. This was first step in transformation. The hero was not merely helping Sheogorath, but becoming part of the realm's power structure. They were taking on aspects of madness, learning to think like the citizens of the Shivering Isles. The process was subtle. The hero did not feel themselves going mad, but the actions they took, the decisions they made, the way they solved problems, all of it involved accepting madness as valid approach to reality. As the Greymarch progressed, Sheogorath became increasingly desperate and erratic. He sent the hero on quests that seemed random even by his standards. Collect samples of madness, repair the gatekeeper, a massive construct that guarded the realm's entrance. Stop a conspiracy that might or might not exist. Each task served purpose that Sheogorath understood but could not clearly explain. The truth, which became clear only in retrospect, was that Sheogorath was preparing the hero to mantle him, to take on his role so completely that reality would accept the substitution. This required the hero to understand madness from multiple perspectives, to wield power over the realm, to make decisions that affected thousands of mad citizens, to think in ways that defied logic while serving deeper purpose. The Knights of Order began emerging in greater numbers. Their crystalline forms appeared across the Isles, systematically destroying the chaos. The Mazken and Auriel fought desperate battles, but conventional warfare was ineffective. The hero needed to create weapons capable of harming the knights, weapons forged from their own crystalline essence, using mad rituals that should not work but did. These weapons, Shadowrend and Dawnfang/Duskfang, were forged in madness and impossible by any rational standard. A sword that changed properties based on time of day. A weapon that grew stronger by killing, but weakened if unused. They worked because the Shivering Isles operated on rules that logic could not comprehend. The hero wielded madness against order, chaos against perfection. As the transformation approached, Sheogorath became more lucid and more desperate simultaneously. Parts of Jygalag's personality bled through. The mad god spoke of the curse with clarity that was terrifying because it was temporary. He knew he would soon forget, knew he would become Jyggalag and destroy everything, knew the cycle would continue unless something unprecedented occurred. The unprecedented event was the hero's complete mantling of Sheogorath's role. Through the trials, through wielding power over the realm, through making decisions only a mad god would make, the hero had become functionally indistinguishable from Sheogorath in all ways that mattered. They were not pretending to be mad god. They had internalized the role so thoroughly that reality began accepting them as Sheogorath. Mantling is concept in Elder Scrolls metaphysics, where someone becomes a divine role so completely that they are that role. Not replacement, but transformation. The Hero of Kvatch was mantling Sheogorath, becoming the mad god through actions and decisions that proved they could fulfill the role. Reality does not distinguish between original and perfect copy. If someone acts as God, thinks as God, wields power as God, they are God. The final confrontation came when Jyggalag emerged fully. Sheogorath was gone. The Prince of Order stood in his place, towering and terrible, embodying everything the Shivering Isles opposed. He recognized what the hero had become, even if the hero did not yet understand it fully. The battle was not merely physical, but metaphysical. Jyggalag fighting to maintain the curse. The hero fighting to break it by taking Sheogorath's place. The hero defeated Jyggalag, not through superior strength, but through representing chaos strongly enough that order could not overcome it. Through embodying madness so completely that even the Prince of Order could not impose perfection. The victory was not conquest, but transformation. Jyggalag was freed from the curse because someone else had taken his place as Sheogorath. Jyggalag's final words acknowledged this. The curse was broken. He was free to return to his original nature, but freedom came with price. The Hero of Kvatch was now Sheogorath. Not temporarily, not as pretense, but genuinely. They had mantled the mad god, taken on the role, become the embodiment of madness. Jyggalag could leave because Sheogorath remained, just wearing different face. The Hero of Kvatch, savior of Tamriel during the Oblivion crisis, became a Daedric Prince, a mortal transformed into being of divine power and infinite madness. They saved Jyggalag from eternal curse by accepting that curse themselves, though the curse was now choice rather than punishment. They were Sheogorath because they chose to be, because they had proven capable of maintaining the role, because reality accepted them as legitimate heir to madness. The moment when the Hero of Kvatch became Sheogorath was not marked by ceremony or celebration. There was no grand transformation, no visible change in appearance, no divine proclamation. Reality simply accepted new truth. The person who had been mortal was now Daedric Prince. The role of Mad God had new occupant. the Shivering Isles had new master. What the hero experienced during this transition is matter of speculation. Did they feel their mind expanding to encompass divine consciousness? Did memories of being mortal fade as new identity asserted itself? Or did the change happen so completely that there was no moment of awareness, no final thought as hero before becoming Sheogorath? The transformation left no witnesses who could describe it objectively. What is certain is that the being who emerged as new Sheogorath retained aspects of both identities. They remembered being the hero of Kvatch. They recalled closing Oblivion gates, fighting alongside Martin Septim, saving Tamriel from Mehrunes Dagon. But they also embodied madness fully, thinking in ways that defied mortal logic, wielding power that exceeded human limitation, presiding over realm of chaos as if they had always done so. This dual nature made the new Sheogorath fundamentally different from the old. Jyggalag had been transformed against his will, forced to embody madness while retaining essence of order deep within. His madness was punishment disguised as existence. But the hero chose this transformation, accepted the role knowingly, and thereby avoided the curse's cruelest aspect. They were mad because they embraced madness, not because it was imposed on them. The Shivering Isles responded to new master with enthusiasm. The realm had been on verge of destruction during the Greymarch. Now, with Jyggalag departed and new Sheogorath in place, the chaos could rebuild. The crystalline formations left by the Knights of Order dissolved. The geometric precision that had been spreading across the Isles reverted to organic madness. Colours returned to impossible spectrum. Architecture defied physics once again. The citizens accepted new Sheogorath without question. To them, the Mad God had always been the Mad God. Whether the consciousness behind the title changed was irrelevant. Sheogorath was Sheogorath. The fact that he now spoke with slightly different cadence, made decisions influenced by mortal experience, remembered being human. None of this mattered. What mattered was that madness still ruled the Shivering Isles. Haskell, the Chamberlain, adapted to new master with characteristic professionalism. If he noticed differences between old and new Sheogorath, he gave no indication. His role remained unchanged. He would manage the realm's affairs, translate incomprehensible orders, ensure chaos functioned within parameters that prevented complete dissolution. Whether Sheogorath was former Prince of Order or former mortal hero made no difference to administrative requirements. The Mazkin and Auriel pledged loyalty to new Mad God as readily as they had served the old. Their devotion was to the role rather than the individual. Sheogorath commanded them, therefore they obeyed. The fact that their god now understood mortal perspective, had fought alongside mortals, had been mortal themselves. This made Sheogorath more comprehensible, but no less divine in their eyes. For the new Sheogorath, the transformation brought both power and burden. Power to reshape reality within the Shivering Isles. Power to intervene in mortal affairs when madness was involved. Power to grant boons or curses, to elevate champions or reduce enemies to chickens, to make jokes that altered probability itself. But also burden of maintaining realm that existed in constant state of barely controlled chaos. The responsibilities were extensive. Judging disputes between citizens whose arguments made no logical sense. Managing balance between mania and dementia, ensuring neither aspect of madness overwhelmed the other, preventing the realm from collapsing into either pure euphoria or complete paranoia, maintaining the gatekeeper, overseeing the Mazkin and Auriel. Countless details that required attention from being whose attention span was, by nature, erratic. The new Sheogorath also inherited ongoing relationships with other Daedric princes. Some of these princes had participated in the original curse against Jyggalag. They did not know or perhaps did not care that Sheogorath was now a different entity. To them, the Mad God remained potential ally or enemy depending on circumstance. The The politics of Oblivion continued, regardless of who occupied which throne. Mehrunes Dagon likely had complex feelings about the hero becoming Daedric Prince. The mortal who had defeated him during the Oblivion crisis was now his peer. Not equal in raw power, perhaps. Dagon was ancient and mighty, but equal in status. Daedric princes cannot be permanently destroyed, but they can be humiliated. Dagon had been humiliated by mortal, who was now god. The implications for future interactions were interesting. Hermaeus Mora, Prince of Knowledge, probably knew about the transformation before it occurred. Mora knows all secrets, including those still developing. Whether Mora approved or disapproved of the curse's breaking is unclear. Knowledge itself is neutral. But Mora's realm of Apocrypha contains information about everything, including presumably information about how to mantle divine roles. Perhaps Mora even provided that knowledge to the hero, ensuring the transformation succeeded. The new Sheogorath also faced question of what to do with mortal life they had left behind. The Hero of Kvatch had friends, responsibilities, unfinished business in Tamriel. Becoming Daedric Prince did not erase those connections, but it made them complicated. How does God maintain friendship with mortals? How does eternal being relate to those who will die in mere decades? How does embodiment of madness interact with sane world? The answer, it seems, was to embrace the duality. Sheogorath continued interfering in mortal affairs, but now as god rather than hero. During the Fourth Era, Sheogorath appeared in Skyrim, drawn to investigation of Pelagius the Mad. The Mad God showed up personally to help resolve the former emperor's madness, speaking with the Dragonborn and revealing personality that blended ancient divine nature with mortal sensibilities. This Sheogorath was different from the one who had been Jyggalag. The old Mad God had been cruel in his humor, dangerous in his whimsy, fundamentally alien in his thinking. The new Sheogorath retained the madness but tempered it with understanding born from having been mortal. The jokes were still insane, the logic still defied reason, but there was thread of empathy that had not existed before. Some scholars debate whether the transformation was permanent. Could the Hero of Kvatch eventually return to mortality, abandoning the role of Sheogorath? Or had they become the role so completely that separation was impossible? Mantling typically creates permanent change. The tribunal mantled divine roles and remained gods until their power source was removed. The hero becoming Sheogorath likely followed same pattern. The transformation was not temporary assumption of power, but fundamental change in nature. But the new Sheogorath also had advantage the old one lacked. Jyggalag had been forced into madness, which created the curse's cycle. The hero chose madness, which might prevent similar curse from being possible. The Daedric princes could not curse someone for being what they willingly became. The new Sheogorath was immune to the specific punishment that had trapped Jyggalag for millennia. Whether this immunity would last forever, or whether the Daedric princes might devise new curse to punish this upstart mortal-turned-god, remains to be seen. But for now, the curse that defined Sheogorath's existence for ages was broken. Jyggalag was free to be Prince of Order once again. The Hero of Kvatch was free to be Mad God, and the Shivering Isles continued existing as realm of chaos, ruled by being who understood both madness and sanity intimately. The transformation from hero to god, from mortal to Daedric Prince, from savior of Tamriel to embodiment of madness, this was unprecedented in known history. Others had achieved divinity through different means. The tribunal used the heart of Lorcan. Talos achieved divine status through conquest and belief, but mantling Daedric Prince role while that prince still existed in different form. That was new. That changed rules everyone thought were fixed. The Hero of Kvatch accomplished what should have been impossible. They saved a god from eternal curse. They became a god themselves. They proved that mortal could transcend mortality not through bargains with divinity, but by becoming divinity. The transformation was complete. The hero was gone. Sheogorath remained. And madness had new master who understood why sanity mattered enough to abandon it willingly. 200 years after the Oblivion crisis, Sheogorath appeared in Skyrim, not as distant deity worshipped from afar, but as active presence, personally involving himself in mortal affairs with enthusiasm that suggested he found mortality endlessly entertaining. The occasion was investigation into the madness of Pelagius Septim III, the last emperor of the Septim dynasty to rule before the line ended. Pelagius the Mad had died centuries earlier, but his spirit remained trapped in the Blue Palace in solitude. His madness had not ended with death, but continued in spectral form. The palace staff reported disturbances. Servants spoke of hearing voices, seeing apparitions, experiencing irrational fears that vanished as soon as they left certain corridors. Pelagius's madness was bleeding into reality, affecting the living. The Dragonborn, investigating these disturbances on behalf of the Jarl, was directed to Dervanin, a strange beggar in solitude who spoke of his master being trapped and needing help to return. The beggar's master, it transpired, was Sheogorath himself. The mad god had gone to investigate Pelagius's mind personally and had become stuck there, unable to extract himself without assistance. This was characteristic of the new Sheogorath. The old mad god, who had been Jyggalag, might have sent servants or champions to handle such matters. But the hero-turned-god maintained personal involvement in affairs that interested him. Pelagius's madness was fascinating enough to warrant direct intervention. That Sheogorath became trapped was either miscalculation or deliberate choice to create situation requiring mortal assistance. With Sheogorath, distinguishing between accident and plan was often impossible. Entering Pelagius's mind required the Wobberjack, Sheogorath's artifact, a staff that transformed things randomly, turning enemies into chickens or sweet rolls, or occasionally more dangerous creatures. The Wobberjack embodied chaos itself. Its effects could not be predicted or controlled. Using it was act of faith in madness, acceptance that outcomes would be absurd regardless of intent. Pelagius's mind was landscape of pure madness given physical form, not metaphorical representation, but actual place where thoughts became terrain, fears manifested as monsters, and mental illness took shape as impossible architecture. The Dragonborn entered this mindscape through magical means and found themselves in realm more bizarre than the Shivering Isles themselves. Sheogorath waited at small table set for tea party in middle of void. He appeared as he had during the Oblivion crisis, elderly gentleman in fine purple doublet, holding cane, speaking with eloquent madness. If he was the former Hero of Kvatch, 2 centuries had not dimmed the role he had mantled. He was Sheogorath completely, with perhaps only occasional hints in speech patterns or choices that suggested mortal origin. The mad god explained the situation with characteristic mixture of clarity and confusion. Pelagius was trapped in his own madness. Sheogorath had been trying to help, but had become fascinated by the complexity of imperial insanity. Now he needed someone to complete the therapy while he observed. The Dragonborn would navigate Pelagius's mind, confronting the Emperor's fears and neuroses, using the Wobberjack to restore balance where madness had created chaos. The trials within Pelagius's mind revealed different aspects of mental illness. One area dealt with paranoia, the Emperor's fear that everyone sought to harm him. Bandit chiefs and Dark Brotherhood assassins appeared alongside representatives of his own court, all equally threatening in Pelagius's perception. The Dragonborn had to use the Wobberjack to transform these figures, showing Pelagius that his fears were disproportionate to actual threats. Another section addressed confidence and self-worth. Pelagius saw himself as small and weak while others loomed large and powerful. The warped perspective manifested literally. Pelagius appeared as a tiny figure while those around him were giants. The Wobberjack's chaos was needed to restore proper proportions, to show the Emperor that his self-perception was distorted by illness rather than reality. A third trial involved night terrors. Pelagius's sleeping mind was tormented by monsters that should not exist. The Dragonborn fought alongside a representation of Pelagius's confidence against wolf-headed beasts and other nightmare creatures. Victory came not through destruction, but through restoring balance between the Emperor's fear and his courage. Throughout these trials, Sheogorath provided commentary that was simultaneously helpful and confusing. He offered hints about how to proceed while making jokes that undermined his own advice. He praised the Dragonborn's progress while insulting their methods. He demonstrated genuine concern for Pelagius while finding the Emperor's suffering entertaining. The contradictions were not hypocrisy, but authentic expression of being who existed in multiple mental states simultaneously. When the trials were complete and Pelagius's mind had been helped towards something resembling stability, Sheogorath rewarded the Dragonborn with the Wubberjack itself, a Daedric artifact of considerable power, given freely to mortal who had proved capable of using chaos constructively. The gift came with typical Sheogorath warning that was simultaneously serious and mocking. The staff was dangerous, unpredictable, likely to cause problems. But problems were often solutions viewed from different angle. Sheogorath's departure involved characteristic flourish. He thanked the Dragonborn, insulted them affectionately, made several nonsensical statements that might have been profound wisdom or complete gibberish, and vanished. Dervanin was reunited with his master. The Blue Palace's disturbances ended. Pelagius's spirit found peace, or at least quieter madness. The encounter revealed several things about the new Sheogorath. First, he maintained personal interest in mortal affairs, especially those involving madness. Second, he had developed a therapeutic approach to mental illness, not curing it, but helping sufferers find balance within their madness. Third, he retained enough of his mortal perspective to work effectively with mortals like the Dragonborn, speaking their language even while embodying chaos. But the encounter also showed that Sheogorath was fully God now, not hero pretending to be divine. His power was real. His perspective was alien despite surface friendliness. His jokes about cheese and fish sticks were not mere eccentricity, but reflection of mind that processed reality differently than mortals. He had become what he had mantled completely enough that distinguishing between the hero he was and the mad god he became was impossible. Some scholars who study this encounter argue that Sheogorath deliberately trapped himself in Pelagius's mind to test the Dragonborn, that the mad god knew another hero was emerging and wanted to assess their worthiness. This interpretation suggests long-term planning that contradicts Sheogorath's nature, but is consistent with someone who remembers being strategic hero. Perhaps Sheogorath is both random and purposeful, chaos and plan, accident and design simultaneously. Others argue that Sheogorath genuinely became stuck and the entire situation was an embarrassing mistake, that even gods can miscalculate, especially gods who embody chaos. This interpretation is more flattering to the Dragonborn. They saved a Daedric Prince, not just completed a test, but less flattering to Sheogorath. Though perhaps the mad god would appreciate the humor in being rescued from his own madness. The truth likely includes elements of both. Sheogorath probably did enter Pelagius's mind with purpose, but allowed himself to become trapped because the situation that created was more interesting than simply completing his initial task. He was both stuck and not stuck, both needing help and not needing it, both testing the Dragonborn and genuinely requiring assistance. These contradictions were not failures of planning, but successful expressions of madness. What is certain is that the encounter demonstrated Sheogorath's continued relevance in the Fourth Era. Other Daedric princes interacted with Tamriel during this time, but few did so with such direct personal involvement. Sheogorath walked among mortals, spoke with them face to face, involved himself in their problems. The god who had been mortal still understood mortals in ways that ancient princes did not. This made Sheogorath unique among Daedric princes. He was divine, but recently so. Powerful, but remembering powerlessness. alien but formerly human. These contradictions made him simultaneously more approachable and more dangerous than other princes. Mortals could relate to him, which made trusting him easier, but that trust could be misplaced because madness does not operate on human rules, regardless of whether the mad god was once human himself. The Wabbajack remained in mortal hands after the encounter, wielded by the Dragonborn, a tool of chaos serving tool of order. The Dragonborn represented destiny and prophecy, while the Wabbajack represented randomness. The combination was either perfect synergy or disaster waiting to happen, with Sheogorath involved, probably both simultaneously. The encounter revealed several things about the new Sheogorath. First, he maintained personal interest in mortal affairs, especially those involving madness. Second, he had developed a therapeutic approach to mental illness, not curing it, but helping sufferers find balance within their madness. Third, he retained enough of his mortal perspective to work effectively with mortals like the Dragonborn, speaking their language even while embodying chaos. But the encounter also showed that Sheogorath was fully god now, not hero pretending to be divine. His power was real. His perspective was alien despite surface friendliness. His jokes about cheese and fish sticks were not mere eccentricity, but reflection of mind that processed reality differently than mortals. He had become what he had mantled completely enough that distinguishing between the hero he was and the mad god he became was impossible. Some scholars who study this encounter argue that Sheogorath deliberately trapped himself in Pelagius's mind to test the Dragonborn, that the mad god knew another hero was emerging and wanted to assess their worthiness. This interpretation suggests long-term planning that contradicts Sheogorath's nature, but is consistent with someone who remembers being strategic hero. Perhaps Sheogorath is both random and purposeful, chaos and plan, accident and design simultaneously. Others argue that Sheogorath genuinely became stuck and the entire situation was an embarrassing mistake, that even gods can miscalculate, especially gods who embody chaos. This interpretation is more flattering to the Dragonborn. They saved a Daedric Prince, not just completed a test, but less flattering to Sheogorath. Though perhaps the mad god would appreciate the humor in being rescued from his own madness. The truth likely includes elements of both. Sheogorath probably did enter Pelagius's mind with purpose, but allowed himself to become trapped because the situation that created was more interesting than simply completing his initial task. He was both stuck and not stuck, both needing help and not needing it, both testing the Dragonborn and genuinely requiring assistance. These contradictions were not failures of planning, but successful expressions of madness. What is certain is that the encounter demonstrated Sheogorath's continued relevance in the Fourth Era. Other Daedric princes interacted with Tamriel during this time, but few did so with such direct personal involvement. Sheogorath walked among mortals, spoke with them face to face, involved himself in their problems. The god who had been mortal still understood mortals in ways that ancient princes did not. This made Sheogorath unique among Daedric princes. He was divine, but recently so. Powerful, but remembering powerlessness. Alien, but formerly human. These contradictions made him simultaneously more approachable and more dangerous than other princes. Mortals could relate to him, which made trusting him easier. But that trust could be misplaced because madness does not operate on human rules, regardless of whether the mad god was once human himself. The Wabbajack remained in mortal hands after the encounter, wielded by the Dragonborn, a tool of chaos serving tool of order. The Dragonborn represented destiny and prophecy, while the Wabbajack represented randomness. The combination was either perfect synergy or disaster waiting to happen, with Sheogorath involved, probably both simultaneously. Sheogorath's madness is not random chaos. It is structured chaos, organized insanity. There are rules to unreason, patterns to disorder. Understanding this distinction is crucial to understanding the mad god himself. He does not simply do whatever occurs to him at any moment. He follows logic that operates on different principles than rational thought, but logic nonetheless. Madness, as Sheogorath embodies it, is not absence of meaning, but different kind of meaning. When he transforms someone into chicken, there is reason. Perhaps they took themselves too seriously. Perhaps reality needed reminder that forms are mutable. Perhaps the chicken itself is commentary on nature of existence, or perhaps none of these, but still not random. The mad god's actions make sense within framework that only he fully comprehends. This structured madness appears in how the Shivering Isles function. The realm is divided between mania and dementia, representing different aspects of mental illness. This division is intentional, maintained carefully, balanced deliberately. Too much mania and the realm dissolves into unsustainable euphoria. Too much dementia and paranoia becomes self-fulfilling prophecy that destroys everything. Sheogorath maintains equilibrium between these extremes. The citizens of the Isles demonstrate this principle. They are mad, yes, but their madness is functional. The artist in mania who creates impossible sculptures that should not exist physically but do. His madness has structure that allows creation despite impossibility. The paranoid citizen in dementia who sees conspiracy in everything. Her madness has pattern that, while exhausting, keeps her alive in realm where actual conspiracies are common. Sheogorath's speech patterns reflect this organized chaos. He speaks eloquently, using sophisticated vocabulary and complex sentence structures. Then suddenly he mentions cheese or fish sticks, or makes reference that seems completely unrelated. But the non-sequiturs often contain meaning when examined closely. The cheese comment might be about mortality. Both cheese and people decay, one deliciously, one less so. The fish stick reference might be about truth. Are we what we appear to be, or something breaded and fried into different form? The Wabbajack itself demonstrates structured chaos. Yes, its transformations appear random. Enemy becomes chicken or Daedra or sweet roll without predictable pattern. But the transformations always occur. The staff never simply fails. Chaos is guaranteed, which paradoxically makes it reliable. You cannot predict what will happen, but you can predict that what happens will be chaotic. This is order of a sort. Some scholars argue that Sheogorath's madness is actually superior form of sanity. That rational thought is limitation, constraining mind to predictable patterns that prevent true understanding. Madness, in this interpretation, is not broken thinking but expanded thinking. The mad god perceives connections rational minds miss, solutions logic cannot achieve, possibilities that sanity declares impossible. This view has some support in Sheogorath's actual capabilities. He solved Pelagius's mental illness where conventional approaches had failed for centuries. He maintains realm that should not exist according to physical laws. He accurately predicts events despite, or perhaps because of, his chaotic nature. These achievements suggest that madness, properly understood, grants capabilities that sanity lacks. But this interpretation overlooks cost. The citizens of the Shivering Isles demonstrate what madness actually means for those living with it. The manic citizens cannot recognize danger even when it threatens to destroy them. The demented citizens cannot trust even when trust is appropriate. Their madness grants certain insights but removes crucial capabilities. They are not superior to sane individuals but different, with advantages and severe disadvantages. Sheogorath himself pays cost for his madness. He cannot communicate clearly when clarity is needed. He cannot be trusted because his actions are unpredictable. He cannot form stable relationships because his nature is fundamentally unstable. These limitations do not prevent him from being powerful God, but they isolate him. Even his own servants like Haskell maintain emotional distance because getting close to Sheogorath means accepting chaos that can destroy as easily as create. The question of whether Sheogorath's madness is curse or blessing depends on perspective. From outside, being mad god looks like terrible fate. Trapped in state of permanent insanity, unable to think rationally, isolated by nature that prevents genuine connection. From inside, perhaps it feels like liberation, freedom from constraints that limit others. ability to perceive and create in ways sanity cannot imagine. The former Hero of Kvatch presumably chose this state knowingly. They mantled Sheogorath understanding what the role entailed. This was not curse imposed, but transformation accepted. Whether they made good choice or terrible one is question that may not have answer. Good and terrible, blessing and curse. These binaries might not apply to beings who exist in multiple states simultaneously. What is clear is that Sheogorath's madness serves function in broader metaphysics of Nirn. Reality needs chaos to balance order. Creativity requires breaking rules. Innovation demands thinking that defies convention. Sheogorath provides these things not as beneficial side effect, but as primary purpose. His madness is not malfunction, but feature, designed into reality by whatever forces created Daedric Princes. This makes Sheogorath necessary in ways that other princes are not. Mehrunes Dagon's destruction is terrible, but not required for reality to function. Molag Bal's domination is horrifying, but not essential. But Sheogorath's madness is actually needed. Without chaos, reality would calcify into pure order, becoming Jyggalag's realm writ large, perfect, predictable, and utterly stagnant. The Greymarch cycle demonstrated this principle. When Jyggalag imposed order on the Shivering Isles, the realm became sterile, perfect, but lifeless, functional, but empty. The chaos had to return not because order was defeated, but because reality itself required chaos's presence. The cycle existed to ensure neither order nor madness could permanently triumph. Breaking the cycle did not eliminate this requirement. Madness still needs to exist. Sheogorath still needs to embody chaos. The difference now is that the role is filled by choice rather than curse, by being who understands both madness and sanity, rather than one forced to be what he opposed. This might make the mad god more effective at serving the function reality requires, or it might make him more dangerous. A god who remembers being mortal might use madness more deliberately than one who is only mad. The former Hero of Kvatch was strategic, capable of planning and executing complex operations. If those capabilities remain, beneath the madness, Sheogorath becomes not random force, but directed chaos. Unpredictable, but not aimless. Mad, but not without purpose. Whether this makes him better or worse, God than the one who was Jyggalag is open question. Better for reality, perhaps. More effective at serving function of chaos. Worse for individuals who encounter him, perhaps. More capable of using madness deliberately rather than simply embodying it. The answer depends on what one values in divine being and whether intention makes madness more or less dangerous than pure chaos would be. What cannot be disputed is that Sheogorath's madness is real. Not pretense, not performance, not sanity disguised as chaos. He is genuinely mad in ways that affect how he perceives and interacts with reality. The structure within his chaos does not make him sane. It makes him comprehensibly mad, which might be more unsettling than pure randomness would be. The mad god is mad. This is not contradiction or complexity to be, resolved but simple truth. Understanding the nature of his madness does not eliminate it. Recognizing structure within chaos does not make chaos ordered. Sheogorath is what the role requires and what the hero became. The god who was cursed with madness is freed. The hero who broke the curse is mad. And madness continues its necessary function in maintaining reality's balance between order and chaos. Jyggalag is free now. The curse that bound him for thousands of years is broken. He can return to being Prince of Order without forced transformation into his opposite. The Greymarch cycle has ended. He is no longer trapped in role of Sheogorath, no longer condemned to destroy and rebuild endlessly, no longer punished by his fellow princes. But freedom raises questions. What does Jyggalag do now? His realm was destroyed during his time as Sheogorath. His servants were scattered. His domain of absolute order no longer exists in Oblivion. He has reclaimed his identity, but not his kingdom. He is prince without realm, God without worshippers, embodiment of order without anything to order. The former curse defined Jyggalag's existence for so long that existence without it must seem alien. For millennia, his pattern was transformation, madness, destruction, transformation repeating endlessly. Now that pattern is broken. He can choose his path rather than having it dictated by curse. But choice itself might be difficult for being whose entire nature is based on certainty and prediction. Freedom is chaos when you are embodiment of order. Some scholars theorize that Jyggalag will rebuild his realm, recreating the perfect order that existed before the curse, that he will return to Oblivion and carve out new domain where certainty reigns and chaos is banished, that he will resume his role as counterbalance to madness, proving that order cannot be permanently suppressed, even by conspiracy of Daedric princes. Others argue that Jyggalag cannot simply resume his previous existence. The other princes who cursed him still exist. They still fear what perfect order represents. If Jyggalag becomes too powerful again, they might curse him again, perhaps with something worse than forced madness. He is free, but not safe. His existence remains threat to beings who define themselves through chaos. The relationship between Jyggalag and the new Sheogorath is particularly interesting. Question: they are not enemies. Jyggalag explicitly thanked the hero for breaking the curse. But they are opposites, representing order and chaos in their purest forms. Do they compete, cooperate, ignore each other? The answer might define how Oblivion's power structure develops in ages to come. One possibility is alliance born from shared experience. Both Jyggalag and Sheogorath understand what it means to be transformed, to have identity fundamentally altered, to exist as something other than original nature. Jyggalag was cursed into madness. Sheogorath chose madness, but was still transformed from hero into god. They share understanding of transformation that other princes lack. Another possibility is rivalry. Order and chaos are fundamentally opposed. Jyggalag's freedom was purchased at price of someone else taking his place as Sheogorath. He might be grateful but also resentful. His freedom came with condition that the role he despised continues to exist, just worn by different consciousness. He is free to be himself again, but his opposite continues existing as reminder of what he was forced to be. A third possibility is indifference. Daedric princes are not human. They do not form relationships as mortals do. Jyggalag might simply not care about Sheogorath now that the curse is broken. He was trapped, now he is free. The details of how freedom was achieved matter less than the fact of freedom itself. He will pursue order. Sheogorath will embody chaos, and the two will interact only when their spheres of influence overlap. For Sheogorath, Jyggalag's freedom has different implications. The curse is broken, but the role of mad god continues. This was the price of breaking the cycle. Someone had to remain as Sheogorath because reality requires chaos to balance order. The Hero of Kvatch accepted this price knowingly, but acceptance does not eliminate consequences. The new Sheogorath is not cursed as Jyggalag was. He chose madness rather than having it imposed. But choice does not mean the transformation is reversible. Mantling a divine role is permanent. The Hero of Kvatch cannot simply decide to stop being Sheogorath and return to mortality. The transformation was one way. Godhood was achieved at cost of humanity. This makes the new Sheogorath both more and less tragic than Jyggalag was. More tragic because the choice was knowing. He understood what he was giving up and gave it up anyway. Less tragic because the madness was accepted rather than forced. He is mad but not against his will. Trapped but not cursed. Transformed but not punished. Whether this represents good trade-off depends on values used for judgment. The Hero of Kvatch gained immortality, divine power, and ability to shape realm according to his will. He lost mortality, sanity, and ability to relate to mortals as equal. He became something greater than human, but no longer human. The cost and benefit are both infinite in their own ways. Some stories suggest the hero regrets the transformation, that beneath the madness, remnants of who he was occasionally surface, remembering mortality with longing that madness cannot quite suppress, that Sheogorath's jokes sometimes have edge of sadness, as if the mad god understands what was lost, even if he cannot articulate it clearly. Other interpretations hold that Sheogorath has no regrets, that he embraced madness completely and genuinely enjoys his role as mad god, that the power and freedom that come with divinity outweigh any cost, that he would make the same choice again if given the opportunity, that he saved Jyggalag not from altruism, but because breaking the curse was interesting and becoming god was appealing. The truth might include elements of both. Sheogorath could simultaneously love being mad god and mourn what he gave up to become one. These contradictions would be appropriate for being who embodies madness, regret and satisfaction, loss and gain, tragedy and triumph, all existing together, none cancelling the others, none more true than the rest. What is certain is that both Jyggalag and Sheogorath are changed by the curse's breaking. Jyggalag has freedom he lacked for millennia, but exists in oblivion that still fears his power. Sheogorath has power and purpose, but paid with sanity and mortality. Neither is simply better or worse off. Both are different in ways that cannot be easily judged as positive or negative. The curse is broken. The cycle has ended, but curses do not disappear cleanly. They leave scars, create consequences, establish patterns that persist even after the original curse is gone. Jyggalag will always be the prince who was cursed with madness, even though he is no longer mad. Sheogorath will always be the hero who chose madness, even though the choice is irrevocable. The curse is broken, but its effects remain, shaping the nature of order and chaos in ways that will persist for ages to come. Among the Daedric princes, Sheogorath is unique in one crucial aspect. He remembers being mortal. The other princes were never human, never experienced mortality, never understood existence from perspective of those who die. Sheogorath was the hero of Kvatch before becoming mad god. This history shapes everything about how he exists as divine being. Memory of mortality changes how God relates to mortals. Other Daedric princes see humans as tools, entertainment, or irrelevant details. Mehrunes Dagon destroys mortal civilizations without remorse because he does not understand what mortality means. Molag Bal dominates and corrupts mortals because their suffering is abstract to him. Hermaeus Mora collects mortal knowledge without caring about the mortals who possessed it. Sheogorath understands mortality from inside. He remembers having limited time, fearing death, feeling pain that could actually end his existence. He remembers forming relationships with other mortals, fighting alongside them, caring about their survival. He remembers what it means to be fragile. This understanding persists even after transformation into being who is no longer fragile. This manifests in how Sheogorath interacts with mortals during encounters. When he speaks with the Dragonborn in Pelagius's mind, his tone is different from other Daedric princes. He is condescending and mocking, yes, but also almost friendly. He jokes with the Dragonborn rather than simply commanding them. He rewards success generously rather than grudgingly. He treats the mortal as almost equal rather than as disposable tool. This is not weakness or softness. Sheogorath is still dangerous, unpredictable, capable of transforming people into chickens for minor infractions. His madness is real, and his divine power is absolute within his sphere. But his approach to mortals reflects understanding that other princes lack. He remembers being one of them. That memory creates empathy. Even if the empathy is filtered through madness, the memory might also create pain. Sheogorath knows what he gave up when he mantled the mad god role. He remembers friends who died while he became immortal. He remembers causes he fought for that are now irrelevant because he exists outside mortal concerns. He remembers being Hero who saved the world and knows that Hero is gone, replaced by God who finds world's problems amusing rather than urgent. Whether this pain affects him significantly is unclear. Madness might buffer divine consciousness from regret, or madness might intensify regret, making it sharper and more present, or both simultaneously, which would be appropriate for being who exists in multiple contradictory states at once. Sheogorath might simultaneously mourn his lost mortality and celebrate his divine freedom, feeling both fully without one cancelling the other. The fact that Sheogorath chose to intervene personally in Pelagius's madness suggests he retains connection to mortal world. Other princes send agents or champions to handle such matters. Sheogorath went himself, became stuck, and needed mortal assistance to escape. This could be random occurrence, or it could be unconscious desire to maintain contact with mortals, to remain relevant to world he can no longer truly participate in. Some scholars argue that Sheogorath's mortal origin makes him less effective as Daedric Prince. That memory of humanity limits his divine perspective, prevents him from fully embracing role he has taken. That he is transitional figure, still becoming what he will eventually be, not yet complete in his godhood. In this view, eventually Sheogorath will lose his mortal memories as divine nature overwhelms human origin, becoming more like other princes over centuries or millennia. Others argue the opposite, that Sheogorath's mortal origin makes him more effective, that understanding mortals allows him to influence them more successfully than princes who see them as alien creatures, that his interventions in mortal affairs are more strategic because he understands mortal psychology from experience rather than observation, that he is not transitional figure but new type of Daedric Prince, combining divine power with mortal understanding in unprecedented way. The truth likely depends on what effective means for Daedric Prince. If effectiveness is measured by power over mortal realm, Sheogorath might be very effective due to his understanding. If effectiveness is measured by embodying one sphere perfectly, his mortal memories might be limitation that prevents pure expression of madness. Different standards produce different judgments. What cannot be disputed is that Sheogorath is different from other princes in ways that matter. When mortals encounter him, they are meeting being who was once like them. This creates dynamic, unlike interaction with any other Daedric power. Mortals might trust Sheogorath more readily because he understands them. A dangerous trust, given that understanding does not mean benevolence and madness does not discriminate based on sympathy. The question of how long Sheogorath will retain mortal memories is open. Divine consciousness might eventually overwhelm human origin. Centuries might become millennia, millennia might become ages, and eventually the Hero of Kvatch's memories might fade into divine being, who only vaguely remembers being something else once. Or the memories might persist indefinitely, permanent part of what makes this Sheogorath different from the one who was Jyggalag. Mantling typically creates permanent transformation. The hero did not temporarily take Sheogorath's place, but became Sheogorath. But mantling does not usually involve mortal becoming Daedric Prince. Previous examples involved mortals achieving divinity through other means or gods changing roles within divine framework. The Hero of Kvatch's transformation is unique, so precedent may not apply. If the memories do fade, future ages will have Sheogorath, who is mad god without mortal context. He will be more like other princes, powerful, alien, unable to truly understand the beings he affects. The uniqueness will be lost. The god who remembered being mortal will become God who has always been God. This might be natural progression or tragic loss depending on perspective. But if the memories persist, the Shivering Isles will always be ruled by being who knows what mortality means. Future heroes who enter the realm will meet God who understands why they value their brief existence. Future mortals driven mad will be judged by God who remembers sanity. The realm of chaos will be managed by being who chose chaos knowingly rather than embodying it unknowingly. This makes the question of memory significant beyond Personal consideration. How Sheogorath remembers or forgets his mortal origin will shape how madness itself functions in Tamriel's metaphysics. A god who remembers mortality treats mortals differently than one who never knew it. Those differences ripple through every interaction, every intervention, every moment when divine madness touches mortal sanity. Sheogorath, the mad god, is also Sheogorath, the former hero. Both identities are real. Both shape his existence. The curse is broken, but the transformation is permanent. The god who was cursed is free, but the hero who freed him is gone, replaced by divine madness that might still remember what it cost to achieve freedom for another. The god who remembers might be blessing or curse unto himself. Remembering mortality while being immortal. Remembering sanity while being mad. Remembering humanity while being divine. These tensions define the new Sheogorath in ways they never defined the old, and how he manages these contradictions will determine what kind of mad god rules the Shivering Isles for ages to come. Sheogorath exists now in palace that defies physics, ruling realm that celebrates madness, embodying chaos that reality requires. He was Jyggalag once, Prince of Order transformed into his opposite by curse that lasted millennia. He was the Hero of Kvatch, mortal, who saved Tamriel and then saved a god at cost of becoming God himself. He is mad god now, neither who he was as prince nor who he was as hero, but synthesis of both filtered through transformation that changed everything. The curse that created Sheogorath is broken. Jyggalag walks free, no longer bound to cycle of transformation and destruction. The Greymarch will not return. Order and chaos are no longer trapped in eternal conflict where neither can triumph. But breaking curse required someone to take Sheogorath's place, to mantle the role of mad god, to become embodiment of madness so completely that reality accepted them as legitimate heir to chaos. The Hero of Kvatch made that choice, walked into the Shivering Isles during final Greymarch, completed trials that proved they could wield madness effectively, defeated Jyggalag not through destruction but through transformation, became what needed to exist for the curse to break. The hero died so the prince could be free, but death was not end, but metamorphosis into something greater and stranger than mortality allows. Sheogorath's madness is real, not performance, not pretense, not sanity wearing chaos as disguise. He is genuinely mad in ways that affect every aspect of his divine existence. He thinks in patterns that defy logic. He acts according to principles that rational minds cannot follow. He creates and destroys with equal enthusiasm, finding both processes equally entertaining. The transformation from hero to god was complete enough that nothing of the original nature remains unchanged. But memory persists. Somewhere beneath the madness, the god who rules the Shivering Isles remembers being mortal, remembers fighting dragons and closing Oblivion gates, remembers having friends who died while he became immortal, remembers sanity well enough to recognize that he has lost it. These memories might fade over ages, divine consciousness eventually overwhelming human origin, or they might persist indefinitely, making Sheogorath permanently unique among Daedric princes. The Shivering Isles continue under new management that is functionally identical to old management. The citizens cannot tell difference between the Sheogorath who was cursed and the Sheogorath who chose madness. Both ruled chaos, both embodied contradictions, both made judgments that defied logic while serving deeper purpose. The realm itself does not care about the consciousness behind the title. Madness is madness, regardless of who is mad, but the difference matters metaphysically. A god who is cursed operates under compulsion. His actions, however mad, are not truly choices, but expressions of curse that defines him. A god who chose his role acts from volition, even if that volition is filtered through madness that makes choice strange. Jyggalag was punished. The Hero of Kvatch volunteered. This distinction changes fundamental nature of what Sheogorath represents. Whether this change is positive or negative for Tamriel remains to be seen. The old Sheogorath was dangerous but predictable in his unpredictability. He was mad without purpose beyond madness itself. The new Sheogorath might be more dangerous because his madness serves purposes formed during mortal existence. Or he might be less dangerous because understanding mortals makes him less likely to destroy them casually. Time will reveal which interpretation is correct. What is certain is that the story of Sheogorath demonstrates fundamental truths about Elder Scrolls metaphysics. Gods are not unchangeable. Curses can be broken. Mortals can achieve divinity. Transformation is possible even when transformation seems to destroy the original completely. The boundaries between categories, mortal and divine, order and chaos, cursed and free, are more permeable than they appear. Jyggalag's freedom came at price of someone else accepting burden he could no longer bear. The hero's apotheosis came at price of mortality and sanity. These prices were not small, not insignificant, not easily dismissed. But they were paid willingly by Hero, who understood what saving God would cost. The transaction was complete. The curse was broken. The cycle ended. A new cycle began, though what it will produce over ages is unknowable. Sheogorath will continue ruling the Shivering Isles for as long as reality requires chaos to balance order. He will intervene in mortal affairs when madness calls to him. He will transform enemies into chickens and reward champions with artifacts of pure chaos. He will speak in riddles that might be profound wisdom or complete nonsense, or both simultaneously. He will be Mad God, role he chose to fill, burden he accepted to save another. The God who was cursed with madness is free. The hero who broke the curse is mad. These truths exist together, without cancelling each other. Jyggalag walks free of transformation he endured for ages. The Hero of Kvatch exists as divine madness that will endure for ages to come. Both are changed, both paid prices, both achieved something that should have been impossible. This is the story of Sheogorath, from order to chaos, to order to chosen chaos, from curse to cycle to freedom, purchased through sacrifice, from the prince who was perfect to the hero who was brave to the god who is mad. The transformation is complete, the role is filled, and madness continues its eternal dance with order, balanced now not by curse, but by choice. You don't need to stay with the story any longer. If you're already drifting, that's perfectly fine. These quiet journeys through Tamriel will always be here when you need them. And if you'd like to return again, whether for rest, reflection, or a familiar voice, you're always welcome to subscribe. Thank you for spending this time here. Rest well, traveler.